んにちは。こんにちは。こんにちは。
Greetings! Welcome. Sorry about that. Apologies for the longer than usual intro. I was getting things set up for the stream. We're going to be playing more .hack Outbreak today, as well as discussing SGDQ from last week, my sickness from last week, ongoing games on the channel, things that I want to do on the channel through to the end of the year, and a couple of little changes here and there, because I have a pretty good idea of what you guys are looking for on the channel, and I have a good idea of things that I also want to do. So I'm going to slot kind of both of these together, and I'm going to be suspending the voting. I guess we're starting with the feature of the channel. I'm going to be suspending the voting for the remainder of the year, because I already have a pretty good idea, and we voted on like a couple of different things to alternate between now. So yeah, I'm going to be suspending the voting through to next year, because I have a pretty good idea of things that I can do on any of the particular days, and kind of what I want to get finished by the end of the year. And do I have notes? I do not have notes. I'm gonna write some notes to make sure that I don't forget, because notes are important, and not forgetting is also important. Put that paper over there. I got a little notepad in front of me. One of the main things that I want to get through is I want to get through the first, I guess, 13, maybe 15 games, at least the first 13 games of Final Fantasy on the Final Quest. I'm gonna write that down, the Final Quest. So let me know that I've talked about that. Looking at my library. Oh my gosh, all of the things are open. Let me close a lot of these things. I forgot I rebooted my computer, and it opens all this extra crap whenever I do that. So extra crap is not necessarily good. Yeah. So looking at the Steam library, we've already been through Final Fantasy 1, so we got that out of the way. But I've got the Pixel remasters for 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right there. And moving through those is going to be fairly easy. So I'm going to continue the Final Quest on Monday, alternating between titles of a Final Fantasy title and other titles that that have been voted on, because we've also got the Paper Mario game, which is next, because we did Super Mario RPG, and then we have Paper Mario, and I have access to I think 2, maybe 3 of the Paper Mario games. I will have to check, but I know I at least have access to Paper Mario because it's in the Switch Nintendo 64 thing. So I know I have Paper Mario to play as an alternate on there. I also have Grandia 1 and 2, and I've never played Grandia 1, but I have been fairly I have played Grandia 2, and I am fairly fond of Grandia 2. So I'm going to put the Grandia series as another game that I'm going to, because I'm going to need several games to slot in here to alternate between. And that gives me 3. So the next game will be Final Fantasy 2, then Paper Mario, then Final Fantasy 3, then Grandia, then Final Fantasy 4, then Grandia 2, then Final Fantasy 5. And now I need another game to put in there between 5 and 6. The ideal candidate for this would be the Kingdom Hearts games, but they're on my PS5, which is potentially problematic for that. So yeah, we'll be looking into that. I have Sea of Stars, which I haven't played, but everybody keeps talking about. So I might put that between 5 and 6. And they recently updated this to something called the Sunset Edition, so I think that they're finished with Sea of Stars. I've been meaning to play this game for ages. I've gone through my library and tagged a bunch of games. Like I have Hollow Knight and Silksong, which were on sale like this past sale, and a buddy of mine got them for me. And these are Metroidvanias. I have both of the Ori games, which are also Metroidvania games. The Master Chief Collection. I've had this. Yeah. I've had it. I haven't played it, and I installed it like last month and booted up one level. I'm like, yep, that's Halo, and then didn't boot it up again. What else do I still have in here? I think we started with some Ninja Turtles games. We have Chrono Trigger. I think I have Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, but I may have Chrono Cross on. And I think I may have already played through Chrono Trigger. I'm also going to go back through the VODs that. Because sometimes PS5 can be repaired. I do have something on that. Let me see here. You get to see who I'm subscribed to on YouTube. Oh no. It's a bunch of VTubers and people that I've already talked about before. I saw a recent video from this guy right here.
Today we're working on a PS5. I have the motherboard out already.
This is what my PS5 is doing.
PS5 was a beep, but no light whatsoever. And then the system wouldn't turn on. So this is a board revision EDM-031.
So yeah, he goes back and he's looking at the components on the board. Like this is what my PS5 is doing.
All right, I got a 0.37 voltage dip, and this one I'm expecting around.
And like he's
that fuse is bad.
He found a blown fuse. It's like tiny little fuse right there.
The fuse. So I'm gonna go to diode mode. Some leaded solder on the sides.
And like he pulls out a thermal app on his phone, and like he's looking at like, oh,
there we go.
There's he identifies the blown,
this guy right here,
the problem in real time on it.
I marked the shorted cap with a Sharpie so I wouldn't lose track of it while I was working on something else.
And then like he like legitimately just like,
you can see I've dropped these tweezers, but wow, what an amazing job.
Replaces the actual components on the board.
All right, I'm gonna grab a donor,
and he does it via mail-in, so I would have to like mail my PS5 to him. Like I tell him what's wrong with it, and he quotes me a price and says, okay, mail it here. You pay for the postage to mail it to me, and I'll pay for the postage to mail it back to you. And then after I do the repair, I'll tell you how much it costs, depending on like what was wrong with it. But this is the kind of stuff that I expect local repair shops around here to do. Like if you're gonna call yourself an electronics repair shop and you can't replace components on a PCB, you're not an electronics repair shop. If what you do is unscrew a power supply, and then shove a new power supply in there and screw it back in, you're not repairing things. Like, you're replacing shit. Don't call yourself a repair shop. That's the problem that I have with every repair shop in the area. They want to say, oh yeah, we repair electronics, and what they actually do is replace entire components of the board and call it a repair. Yeah, it's usually just one or two little things. And like that little black thing that he found on the back, that's a fuse. If a fuse blows, it typically does break whatever system it's in until you replace the fuse. That's what fuses are for. They're there to explode so the system doesn't melt. And if you're a repair shop and you can't replace a blown fuse, you're not a repair shop. You're pretending. Because I identified what had gone wrong on that system that's keeping it from booting was a failed component in the blown fuse a long time ago. But this guy actually does the repairs on them. So I'm going to put in a thing and see about how much it would cost for me to maybe send my PS5 off and get it repaired. Oh, that postage isn't cost effective. Well, I think this guy is probably getting a lot of like work, because most places just won't do this work. And like, I really want to get my PS5 repaired because so much of my library of games and things that I want to play is on my PS5. And yeah, just like not having it is like troublesome. And I'm not particularly getting help from anyone around here for getting my PS5 repaired, despite the 3 friends who only own PS5s because I bought them a PS5. No one is lining up to help me get mine repaired. I'm gonna remember that. Anyway, I'm still gonna be generous to my friends, just maybe not those particular friends as much. Yeah, but this guy seems legit. He's on the up and up. He's shown repairs and stuff right here. And yeah, I mean, the videos could be fake, but I don't think they are. I think he's pretty much on the up and up. And he's showing like what it takes to do these repairs. And I don't have the tools necessary to do these kind of repairs or the replacement parts for them. And he's got other, because the part that he's putting on right here, he says earlier in this video that he pulled it off of another PS5 board that he's got that's busted. So if you do have to replace a board, you end up with a board that still has a whole bunch of working components on it that you can use to replace components on other boards that come in. And he said he specifically pulled this piece off of another board that he already had that was busted. So I'm thinking this is my number one stop when it comes to trying to repair my PS5. It's gonna be this guy right here. And I'm expecting it to be about a $300 plus postage ticket to get it done. If I had to guess, I would say it would probably be about that. I'm hoping it's less, but yeah, like at this point, I don't trust any. I've been to like 5 different local repair shops and talked to them. about what's wrong. I'm like, I know it's not a faulty power supply. We've already tested that. There's something wrong on the board. Something is blown, like a component died. And like this happens with electronics. I mean, it just does, especially more modern electronics, which are a lot smaller and have a lot weaker contact points than older electronics do. People wonder, well, how does my Super Nintendo and my regular Nintendo from back in the 80s still work better than a PS5 today? Well, because the pins on the circuits back in the 80s penetrated all the way through the PCB and were soldered to it on the backside. Modern PCBs don't work like that. These solder point holes here don't go all the way through the board. So you have different components on the front and the back side of the board, and they're soldered to that side of the board. Very few things actually penetrate all the way through it now. It's soldered to each side, and each side is its own separate, like, PCB. These electronics have evolved in the past 50 years. So yeah, they're not as robust as they used to be, but they're more capable than what any of the old stuff was. So it makes sense that components, because even on the old systems, components failed. It's just a thing about electronics. Different components have different lifespans, and even if they're manufactured from the same materials at the same time in the same factory, one chip may have twice the lifespan of the next chip on the same line. That's just how the cookie crumbles with electronics. This is how they come up with different versions of CPUs and especially GPUs. Have you ever wondered why you go buy like a 5070 GPU and you would have some of them that cost like $600 and some of them that cost $500 and some that cost $400? The difference is the robustness of the chip itself. And although all three of them may have come off the same line from the same factory, when they were tested, they were found to be able to operate at different speeds. And like the expensive one can operate at a much higher speed than the lower priced one. I forget what they call it. They have a specific word for that. So yeah. With greetings, Lansley. With these particular components on the PS5, this is a common problem that's happening with PS5s. This no lights beep once doesn't turn on thing. Cause this guy's got like a couple of different shorts and a couple different videos of him repairing PS5s that are presenting this problem. Like, he has experience with this exact thing, and he said it could be it's a bunch of different things that's causing it, but what makes the system shut off is that blown fuse, and what blows the fuse is another component shorting out somewhere on the board. Where 8C? Where 8C? What does that mean? What is where 8C? Oh, is. Oh, the 8 is next to the I. I think he's in Utah. Here's a mail-in repair. Mail-in repairs. So yeah, he's got this thing. Where you fill out this little thing and he'll price it and mail it in. Yeah, he's in Utah. Orem. He's in Orem, Utah. So yeah, it's a little bit yeah, he's across the country, but you know, shipping things out there probably, like when I am able to afford the price of the repair, I'll be able to afford the shipment, because at most it's gonna be like $30 to ship the thing out there. So if I can afford $300 for the repair, I can probably afford the $30 to ship it out to him. But yeah, I've been watching his videos, and I am confident that he knows what he's doing with repairs, specifically for this problem that I am having, because he's got a couple of videos like this one where he's repairing my exact issue. And like I said, all of my local repair shops aren't real repair shops. Like, you can't call yourself an electronics repair shop if you're unable to replace a fuse on a PCB. Like, get real, you're not a repair shop, you're a pretender. Anyway, so I'm going to fill out this form and get a quote from him. You hate doing surface mount stuff? Yeah, well, like I was watching.
No I in team, Chris. Yeah, there's no you either. So I guess if I'm not on the team and you're not on the team, nobody's on the goddamn
team.
The
team sucks. I love that quote. Yeah, well, this guy doesn't know the exact problem until he gets into it too, because this video is him, like, he's testing different components against the rails to see what's showing continuity and what isn't. When he finds an issue, he actually pulls out a thermal camera
on this line. It doesn't appear to be,
and
either
starts
one of these
doing like testing with the thermals until he finds the exact
it is this
spot.
guy right here. Back on the project, which I marked the shorted cap with a.
Yeah, so like, what you must repairs 80s 90s up. Yeah, I talked a little bit about the difference between doing board repairs on things from the 80s and 90s and doing board repairs on stuff now. And like, one of the biggest thing, because I've heard people say, well, how is my like Nintendo or my Super Nintendo still like going strong, but my PS5's like already broken? I'm like, you gotta realize that PCBs, which are printed circuit boards, are not the same now as they were in the 80s. In the 80s, they were more robust because the pins on these chips went all the way through the boards and were soldered onto the rail on the back side of the board. That's not how it's done nowadays. Almost none of these components will penetrate all the way through the board to the back side, because these circuit boards are actually two different PCBs. One on the front, one on the back, and these components are soldered like to one side of the board. So it's basically two different boards that you have there, and the rail is running through the middle of the board instead of on the back side of the board. And the rail, what I mean by the rail is the power rail. Yeah. And like in the 80s, boards were not like that. Especially consumer electronic boards were nowhere near that advanced yet. So like, those boards were more robust just by the nature of it. But we've made a lot of advancements in the last 40 years. And so yeah, these boards are are vastly different from things that came out of the 80s and 90s. But yeah, if you see these little lines, what I mean by rails, if you don't know, you prepared some modern phones. That's how you get new age stuff. But yeah, I was never good at electronics in the 80s and 90s. That was my dad's thing. My dad was an electrician, and he went to school for electronics. So like board repairs and soldering and stuff like that. That was his area of expertise. I got more into the technical aspect and the software side of things. Well, it's not that it has less power than the average smartphone. It's that a lot of the tech that goes up there doesn't need to be that powerful. And the last time that we really went into space, like going to the moon, apart from like the stuff that's kicked up in the past like 10 years, before that, it was the 70s was the last time we were using this stuff. And yeah, they had less tech that was in the average smartphone because the average smartphone tech hadn't been invented yet. The ships that are going up now, like the Artemis mission and the SpaceX stuff, the tech that's in those ships is really, really advanced. Like, it's way beyond smartphone stuff. One of the things that I've heard people say is they don't understand how technology advanced, but we don't have the technology to get back to the moon. It's them misunderstanding what piece of technology we were lacking to get to the moon. The rockets that took us to the moon were Saturn V rockets that were decommissioned from nuclear weapons. Those rocket payload systems is what we were lacking. Like, after we used all of those up in the Apollo missions, we didn't have any more to use to turn into spacecraft. And then our nuclear program was overhauled again, and because we didn't have an active space program, the leftover components from the nuclear program were recycled into other things. So when it came around to the 90s and like the early 2000s, and people were like, well, why don't we go back to the moon? And they said, we don't have the technology anymore. They were specifically referring to the rocket itself that we don't have, that we would have to rebuild a rocket from scratch in order to launch another space mission. And that's what would have cost so much money. But they actually did end up starting to do that. And now, like a lot of private companies, like SpaceX, for example, not that it's really a private company, but compared to the government, but they built those rockets themselves. And they built a recycle system into those rockets. So before, when we were launching rockets into space, they would blow them apart in segments, and then those segments would fall into orbit and then eventually fall back down into the ocean, and you can't reuse most of those components because they're either destroyed on re-entry or they're destroyed on impact. The effects of cosmic radiation are about the same as they were then. We're not parking anything in the radiation belt that's surrounding Earth. What's it called? The Van Nuys radiation belt? We're not parking anything in the radiation belt, and traveling through it isn't any more problematic now than what it was in the 70s. Like, yeah, if you parked right in the middle of it and decided that's where you're gonna orbit in the middle of the radiation belt, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of issues. but like we parked the International Space Station closer, and the moon is further away, so it's not particularly an issue. You'll hear more about like radiation stuff from flat earthers than from anybody else, trying to say it's impossible to get off of Earth because of radiation. It's not. We've been to the moon and back multiple times. Like, people want to think, oh, it was a one and done going to the moon. No, we went to the moon like 5 or 6 different times. You can't get off the Earth. It's the ice wall. And the Earth beyond the ice wall. And the moon, everybody knows the moon is hollow anyway, and the lizard people are living inside of it. But yeah, like, one of the cool things is I can type in here. If you haven't seen, like, I think it's this video.
2, 1, 0. Ignition.
Might be this video. So that's the liftoff. Does it show?
This is cold nitrogen gas, which helps with attitude control.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, this is what the rockets do now.
Page 1.
They launched it, and then they flew the other component of the rocket back down and landed it on the same launch platform.
You heard the sonic booms. This booster has landed for the 8th time. That is the 89th recovery of an orbital.
89 recoveries of an orbital platform. 89, and that's SpaceX. The Artemis missions did the same thing. It's like SpaceX had their own little platform where they would bring the rocket back down and land it on the platform in order to be reused in another mission. What the Artemis missions did, they launched it up, and then after the ship was in orbit, they brought the rocket back down and landed it on the same platform that it launched from. Our abilities to launch these rockets are way more advanced than what they were in the 70s when we were just crash landing them in the ocean. Like, we're reusing these things for multiple missions. So yeah, I would say our computers in these are pretty advanced. But then the components that they're using are specifically built to withstand these kind of vibrations and things like that, and they're built a lot more durably than a video game console is built. Because like Nintendo and Sony don't particularly care if one of their consoles breaks, because if you bought the console the first time, they know they have you on the hook to have you buy the console the second time. So if something breaks, you know, worst case scenario for them is you just buy a new console. It's not the same. Here you can really see the size of the components that he was replacing. And how like zoomed in he had it. But yeah, if you're on one of those spacecraft and something breaks, people potentially die. That's a lot more of a serious situation. So they're paying a lot more to make sure that the components that they send up there are capable of handling that kind of stuff. And oddly enough, like, we've had components that can do that for a while, because all of our rockets and missiles are like on these types of ships that are vibrating. If you look at this, I think it's coming up, there's a picture of a board. That's the liquid metal stuff that I don't have to take apart my own PS5. But you see these little things right there, these little chips right there? That's what he was replacing. That's how tiny they are. Just itty bitty little things that get bad. So yeah, anyway, we got distracted with spaceships and whatnot, but I am going to be checking in with this guy and seeing about what it would cost to get repairs done for this particular problem on my PS5, and I'm going to be checking shipping to see about what it would cost to get things shipped out there and get some actual price tags so I know what I'm going up against. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I was talking about some of the games that I'm looking to play through to the end of the year, and I catch up from Landsley. I'm going to be continuing the Final Fantasy series, but between the Final Fantasy games, I'm gonna slot other RPGs in there, and I have a couple of other RPGs that I already know about that that I can slot in there. I think I've already done Chrono Trigger. I'm 99% sure I have. But I have Paper Mario and the Grandia games. I know I have the Grandia games on the Switch, so I don't need to worry about that. And I've had Sea of Stars for a while, and they just recently updated this to the Sunset Edition. And Sunset is a gaming term for when a game is no longer going to be updated or supported by the developers of the game. They're completely done with it. They're not going to touch it again. That's called sunsetting a game. And the fact that they recently renamed this the Sunset Edition of Sea of Stars tells me that there's no more content coming for this game. The developers are pretty much done with it. I have only ever looked at this game. I've never played it. And the only thing I really know about it is that it has beautiful pixel art. It's a beautiful pixel art game. And there was a controversy with Gerard the Completionist surrounding this game, because this was a game that he heavily backed and touted all over the place. And look at this beautiful pixel art that they've got here. I've heard nothing but good things about this game, and the Completionist heavily supported this game, so much so that they named a character in the game after the Completionist. And then when it came out that the Completionist stole all of that charity money, the developers of this game were like, you know what? We don't want to have anything to do with him. Fucking deleted his character out of the game. Just bam, update. The Completionist character is gone. And frankly, don't blame them at all. Like, yeah, you don't steal charity money. You don't embezzle charity money. And it's yeah, I don't know if you guys know the story of what was going on with the Completionist, but it wasn't like a one-time thing. His family has been stealing charity money for over 10 years, and they've just now gotten caught. I say just now, it was like 4 or 5 years ago. But yeah, it was a whole thing. Anywho, yeah, Sea of Stars. I was scrolling down to the Final Fantasy games because I don't have the whole franchise here. That's... where are the games I have? Oh, right here. Bam. Installed. Yeah. So we've already done 1. I've got 2 and 3. I've got the 3D remake and the 3D remake of 4, of 3 and 4, and the 3D remake of the after years of 4. I've got the original Final Fantasy VII, 2 different versions of it. There's the original version from like 2013, which was a remake of the version from the early 2000s for the PC. And then recently, they just made a new version of it and said, okay, here's our re-release of the original Final Fantasy VII. We're giving everybody who owns the old one the new one for free. And now anybody that buys it can only buy the new one. Yeah, I don't know. So I've got 7, I've got 8, I've got 9. I've got 10. I've got 12, the Zodiac Age, right? And I've got 13, 14, and 15. Yeah, so I'm all the way up. I've got all 15 Final Fantasy games on the PC. And I'm fairly certain that I can play most of them while streaming without having an issue. I know that I can play Final Fantasy 13 streaming without an issue because on my PC, which was vastly inferior to the PC that I have now, back in 2015, this was 2014 or 2015, this was the first game that I ever streamed on Twitch. And if I was able to do it with the PC that I had in 2015, I can definitely do it with the PC that I have now. The ones that I am iffy about are Final Fantasy XII, the Zodiac Age, Final Fantasy X, the HD remaster, but I think I have this on the Switch as well, and I know I have it. It's been a lot of software bloat since then. Not on this game, because out of every game in the Final Fantasy franchise, this is the only one that has never had a re-release. This is still the same version of the game that came out in like 2013, I think. And every other version of Final Fantasy has had a remaster, remake, an update, or a re-release. Final Fantasy 13 has never had one. So the only way that you can play it is to play the original on the PlayStation, the Xbox, or Steam. So I'm confident that we can play 13. The Zodiac Age, this is a re-release that was done after Final Fantasy 13 came out, so I'm not entirely sure on this one. But I think we can still handle it. And the 10.10.2 HD remaster was also a re-release that came out after Final Fantasy 13 was released. But I think I also own this on the Switch. So I actually own the 10.10.2 HD remaster 3 times. I have it on the PlayStation, I have it on the Switch, and I have it on Steam. That holds true for several of these games. Final Fantasy IX I have on all 3 of these consoles. The original FF7 I have on all of these consoles and PC. The Final Fantasy VIII Remastered I have on the PS5 and the PC. Final Fantasy 15 I have on the PS5 and the PC. Final Fantasy 14 I have on the PS5 and the PC. The Pixel remasters, these original 6 games, I have on the PS5 and the PC. So yeah, I want to move through this whole franchise, and then after I get through with like all of the number Final Fantasy games, I want to start doing Final Fantasy 14, start at the beginning of the story, and go through the story of 14. And then just do like, have a day of Final Fantasy 14 stuff and just like in-game content and stuff for 14, or helping out new players, and you know, there's a whole bunch of cool stuff that you can do with FF14. And I want to be able to get to the point where I've covered all of Final Fantasy, so that when we see these references show up in Final Fantasy 14, I can say, hey, remember back when we were playing Final Fantasy 2 and the Wild Rose came up, and there's this whole thing about Joseph and the sled and that whole story. When we get to the part in 14 when they're referencing the Wild Rose, like, you'll understand the context. Or I could point like, hey, I released this VOD on YouTube. You can go back right here and you can watch that VOD. I'm calling that the final quest, and I'm gonna reformat how I'm doing these quests so that they make a little bit more sense, I think. I'm also going to be revamping the voting system so that it works a little bit better, and tying that in to the website that is coming. The website that I was going to be working on last week, but ended up being sick for the majority of that time. All right, so I'm going to take a quick little break. When we come back, I'm going to break down the games that I'm looking to go through for the rest of the year, and what days I'm going to be doing that on. So that would be right after the commercial. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. I decided, you know what? Let's go ahead and make a list on the screen that you guys can see. Might be a little more efficient than what I was doing with sit that right there now with my notepad, because now you guys can see it as well. So I'm going to set aside certain days to do these quests on, and we're going to have two sides of it, right? Twitch, YouTube, right? And so when you're on the Twitch side of it, you're gonna see the raw live stream, and what that's gonna look like is what these streams are, right? Where I have sections like this where I'm sitting and I'm talking about stuff, and then when people mention something cool during the game, we'll have parts where we stop and we talk about stuff, and I'm reacting to you guys out there in the audience. And all of that's going to be on the raw live streams, which are going to be archived on the YouTube channel in their own section. But then we're going to have quests on the YouTube side, and the quests are going to be 10-hour like long plays, right? So I'm gonna take the raw live stream of any particular game. I'm gonna edit out all the parts where I'm talking or doing like repetitive stuff, like, oh, we need to grind for the next 2 hours, and I just like chit chat with the audience and everything while we're grinding, and I'm gonna speed all those segments up. I'm gonna cut out the segments where I'm talking with the audience so that we only have a condensed run of the game itself. And once I have that, I'm going to render that out, and then I'm going to chop that up into 10-hour segments. Or if it's longer than 10, if it's shorter than 10 hours, it'll be one segment. If it's like shorter than 20 hours, I'm just going to chop it in half. You know, things like that. It's going to be three however many roughly equal length videos of the thing, of any particular game, where you don't have to like skip ahead to the next portion of gameplay or sort through. You're just gonna get all you want to see is the gameplay. You're just gonna get the gameplay. A lot of creators are doing this kind of thing for their channels, where they're cutting out all of the bullshit. They're cutting out the breaks, they're cutting out the intro and the outro, they're cutting out the boring bits and just putting like the core gameplay up in long play videos. And I think that's the form that the quests are going to go into, because doing it like that, I won't have to replay games on the list. I can just go back, grab the old VODs, edit through the old VODs properly, and then put the old VOD up as that part like of the quest, because all you're looking at is for the gameplay and stuff anyway, and not like audience interaction and stuff. So I think by moving the whole quest system over to a specific YouTube thing is going to make that work a lot better, because I'm having a lot easier of a time sorting this out than trying to make this system work with the live streams that I'm doing over here. Especially since so much of the live, like I've been talking for we've been going for a little over an hour on this live stream. I haven't played a game yet, right? So if I dump this live stream into the .hack part, people are not gonna like going from the end of the last game and then, oh, here's like 2 hours of me talking about random shit before they get into the next game. They're just gonna jump straight into the next part of the game, right? So that's what these are going to do on YouTube, and these are going to be different from the VODs The VODs are going to be there if somebody wants to go back and watch the whole live stream, but if you don't, like, that's fine. You could just go through the quest and watch the long plays. I love that they're called long plays now instead of let's plays, which is what they were when I started doing this whole thing on YouTube in like 2011. I think it was let's plays back then. So yeah, I'm going to be doing this, and so I'm going to be having some editing sessions and stuff. Don't say that. So I still want to keep the schedule that I have of 5 days a week. So the RPG stuff I want to do on Monday. The other quest stuff I'm going to do on Wednesdays and Fridays. And Tuesdays and Thursdays I'm going to reserve for more like outlier things and things that I like one-off games and stuff that I'm interested in, or stuff like that. So when we're looking at what I have for what's going to be going on Monday, I want to move through the Final Fantasy series, but then in between the Final Fantasy games I want to have other RPGs that I can slot in there to kind of break up the monotony, right? Because even though every one of the FF games are different from each other, oh my gosh, even though each one of the FF games are different from each other, different stories, different cast, they're all kind of Final Fantasy. Oh, Nari Mom says hi. And happy streaming. They're all kind of Final Fantasy, and so I want to break it up with some other kinds of RPGs. They said hi. And so I have a couple of other examples right here. I know I can get at least 2 more of the Paper Mario games because I have them on the Switch and accessible. I know I have Grandia and Grandia 2, and I've played Grandia 2. I really love that. I've never played Grandia, and I know I have Grandia and Grandia 3 because I have Grandia 3 that I can emulate because I have the disc for it. And Sea of Stars I showed off is another and all of these are like JRPGs. So I want to keep that kind of corral to Monday. So we'll do like Monday, or if I'm really feeling any one of the JRPGs, we'll extend it to however many days that I want to play it. Like I'm doing this to give me options of things to do. If I don't want to play a particular game on a particular day. Yeah, I want to make sure that I have options. Like, okay, we're playing this game too this week. We're just going to be playing this game this week because I want to play this game and I don't want to play another game, right? So I'll pause everything. We'll just play one game. And then when I get my fellow playing that one game, go back to playing a whole bunch of different other things. I want to make sure that we always have a bunch of different options in case I don't feel like playing a game on that particular day. We'll play a different game and I'll come back to the other game when I'm feeling it again. Yeah. So I know JRPGs are namely the Final Fantasy ones in particular, are going to be something that I'm always going to gravitate towards when I have that need of like wanting to play a JRPG, which comes up. Yeah. So I was on the break. I was writing up the second quest, which is going to be The Legend of Zelda, which is another series of games that I come back to quite frequently, of games that I just really, really love to play. And these are the first several Zelda games, the first 6 to be precise. I know the order of the first 6. I think the next one is Oracle of Ages. Why do I have caps lock on? Then it's the Wind Waker. And then I think that's the order of the next games. Oracle Agents and Seasons are kind of like a two-parter. You play one and then you play immediately into the next one. The Wind Waker was GameCube. The Minish Cap was Game Boy Advance. Twilight Princess was GameCube and Wii. And then there was Between Worlds. What was the last one called? Wisdom? Zelda Wisdom? Echoes of Wisdom, that's the last one. Right, so that's basically the Zelda line. And there are spin-off games and other games and stuff. But when you're talking about the mainline Legend of Zelda games, those are the games that you're talking about right there. And that is what comprises the second quest. Now, I've extensively covered the Legend of Zelda already. I covered the first and the second quest, and then I covered the broadcast Satellaview versions, all 4 of those quests. So we've got all of the Legend of Zelda. Nice, done, tied up with a bow. Good. This also has a randomizer, which I am familiar with. So I may kick up and do a randomizer run of The Legend of Zelda. Or maybe see if I can organize a randomizer race with some other people. See if some people may want to kick off and do a rando race. I know I can probably rope in the Let's Racing Time fellas. These guys. I know I can probably rope in the Let's Racing Time fellas, because I helped found this channel. me and Red Silvers ended up putting this thing together, and I passed it off to a couple of other guys, and man, they've been keeping it going. The videos here have stopped. It's switched to live streams where they had a Mario 3 randomizer 6-player race 5 days ago. They had a Zelda Dungeons of Infinity race 12 days ago. ISO Wolf a month ago. A Zelda 1 randomizer right here, 2-player race. That was a month ago. If you look at some of the videos on the channel and go all the way back to like the beginning of the channel, like what was it, 13 years ago, when this channel began and started doing stuff, and I was in this one right here. That's me. I'm player 4 in the NES Pentathlon right there. I think I'm also in the. I produced this video So I'm in the race, but I'm also the one that edited this whole video together. I think I hosted Pentathlon 2, and I put together the Mega Man Pentathlon. Not that one, there was a different one. I also produced this race here, the 4-player Super Mario World race. And this one, the Super Mario All-Stars, and that one, the Mega Man Pentathlon. I did all 3 of these. And I was in this one too. That's me right here. Narishm. Yeah. So I helped found this channel, and then I stepped away from it for like 10 years. And it lay dormant for a while. So from like 2016 to like 2017, 2018, maybe even 2020. It might have been 2020. But like, there was a long period of time that the channel just kind of lay dormant. And then McLean initially picked it back up, and I think these days it's ran by Dan Blau and I think maybe just Dan and Blau. I don't know. I could probably look at who's participating in the races and see. There's Kefka. Yeah. Anyway. I said all that to say this, that if I want to start doing races and stuff, I can slot in with these guys and do a race or pull them in. I could probably pull in Brick Road. I wonder if I could get like Lady or any of the other like VTubers that I know, because a lot of them don't really do retro games. They do other kind of games. So getting them into a retro game race might be a little bit tricky. Also, can you hear my chair? I fixed it. No more squeaky. Anyway. Getting any of these guys into a retro game race might be a little bit tricky. And I've let all of my old YouTube connections die. Squeakless, yes. You were right about the screws being the squeaky part, because I squirted some WD-40 all around the screws and the squeak. So yeah, Final Fantasy and The Legend of Zelda are both games that I'm looking to do. And with the Zelda stuff right here, we also started doing Doom. Oh my gosh, caps lock, you're killing me here. Doom 3, 2016, Doom, what's it called? I have all the Doom games. In fact, I don't really need to make a list because I have a list right here called the BFQ. I've played Doom on the channel. We've done that. We've done Doom. We're good to go. This Doom. Now, this is a different Doom. This is Doom 2016. That's a different one. So, I'm going to, since I've already got the Doom quest going and the Zelda quest going, we're gonna alternate back and forth between these games for Wednesday. We're gonna do a Zelda game, and then we're gonna do a Doom game. Then we're gonna do a Zelda game, then we're gonna do a Doom game. And I'm gonna keep that keep that up until I run out of Zelda games and Doom games, basically. So we've got a whole bunch of stuff that we can do here. We've already played through Doom. And then we've got Doom 2, and there's a whole bunch of different mods that are considered canon for the Doom series that are included in this collection. And so I'll be like playing through each of those and just going through the Doom franchise and then alternating with the Zelda games. Because I've got Doom 3, I've got Doom 64, I've got Doom 2016, and I've got Doom Eternal. I don't have Doom the Dark Ages, at least I don't have it on here. I may have it on my PlayStation 5. In fact, I think I do. And ideally, I would want to play Doom and Doom Eternal on the PS5, because I think I have both of these games on the PS5 as well, in order to take the load off of the PC. Which isn't why I was talking about the PS5 repair and all that. But then also to the Doom category, I've also decided to add the Duke Nukem games, which comes in a couple of different flavors, because it's a really interesting thing. A lot of people look at Duke Nukem and they say, oh, the Duke Nukem 3D, right? Yeah. I've got two different versions of Duke Nukem 3D. GOG, stop. I've got two different versions of Duke Nukem 3D just so I can get all of the content up. But Duke Nukem didn't actually start as a 3D game. Duke Nukem started as a 2D side-scrolling platformer game. Check this out. How many of...
Sometimes I just want what I want right now. You know?
Really? Duke Nukem started in 1991 as a PC side-scrolling action game. Like action platformer game. It's yeah, like look at how 80s PC games this is. Can we speed this up maybe a little? Maybe watch it on YouTube so I can actually... The sound effects. The no music, all of the 80s. So yeah, oh, a lot of that sound effect is coming out there too. So yeah, Duke Nukem started as a side-scrolling game. There weren't one of them, there were two of them. Another one that improved the graphics and everything much later on. I say much later on, but the original was in like 1990, and this one was like, what, 1991? Oh, it's only a year later? So I felt like this was like 93. Huh. When was Duke Nukem released? Oh, they were both released in the same year? That's crazy. That's crazy sauce. That's crazy sauce, what that is. There's a lot of games right here that I'm interested in too. Diablo is another series that I really want to get into. I mentioned earlier, why is Adobe on? Shush, you go away. I mentioned earlier that I've been playing a lot of Diablo 4, which is not the first time that I played Diablo 4. He always mix up the history of Nukem and Wolfenstein because they both started as a platform type game. I think Wolfenstein, the earliest that I've been able to trace Wolfenstein is because I have Wolfenstein on here too. The earliest that I've been able to trace it is Wolfenstein 3D. I know that there was a Wolfenstein game before this, but I haven't been able to find a solid version of it. And I have almost all of the Wolfenstein games right here. Return to Castle Wolfenstein, Enemy Territory, New Colossus, New Order, Old Blood, Young Blood. I have almost all of them right here. There's one game that I don't have of Wolfenstein right here that I'm looking for. It was delisted from Steam and pretty much everywhere else. It was released in, I think, 2001. Yeah. I'm aware of those games, but I've not been able to actually locate a working version of them yet. But the BFQ that I have right now basically comprises the Doom series, the Duke Nukem series, and the Wolfenstein series. And I'm thinking, since I do in fact have the Master Chief Collection right here, which is every Halo game except for 5. For some reason, I don't know why Halo 5 is excluded. But I have an Xbox One in my closet, and that's the console that Halo 5 was released on. So if I get myself a disc copy of Halo 5, I could play it on the Xbox One and do the Halo series as well. Which is another FPS that I'm interested in. I kind of like FPS games. Every once in a while, I just want to shoot stuff. So I'm considering adding the Master Chief Collection into the BFQ. It would be at the end of the list after the Wolfenstein games, most likely. Why do you... Later, GOG. Other games that I'm considering adding into the BFQ are Heretic and the Hexen games. Because these are built off of the Doom engine and are very much in the same line as the Doom and early Wolfenstein game. Particularly the early Doom games and Wolfenstein 3D. Because whereas Doom went a different direction in Doom 3, back on the PC, Heretic, Hexen, and Hexen 2 came out, which kind of followed. If you look at like the screenshots here, they're really small, but you can see they kind of follow the Doom style, and they are considered spiritual successors to the Doom series. So I think adding them into the BFQ is going to be something that that I ultimately want to do as well. Diablo. I mentioned Diablo, and I booted up Battle.net to show that I have Diablo on Battle.net. Right? I bought it here. I haven't installed it yet. You see that button that says install? No. Don't play this version of Diablo. It's shit. It doesn't work half the time. When it does work, it randomly crashes. Hellfire, although they do have Hellfire as one of the versions that you can pick. I've never even got the Hellfire version to boot out of Battle.net. Meanwhile, when you boot this up from GOG, it presents you with a launcher. GOG, I click the button. There we go. It presents you with a launcher that lets you play a version of Diablo that supports LAN connectivity and high resolution, the original version of Diablo, or Hellfire that supports high resolution. And you can set your video settings and stuff right here. The Blizzard launcher doesn't do this. Yeah, I pulled the versions from my Abandonware website, but I haven't been able to. The problem is getting them to run, I haven't been able to get them to emulate properly, and I don't know what's going wrong with it. But yeah, if you're interested in playing the original Diablo, which, like, at this point you would only really want this for the little bit of story there is, don't go with Battle.net, go with GOG. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick little break because I gotta get around and do something. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Yeah, there are issues with it, most definitely. But yeah, the Diablo series is another series that I've been interested in covering. So I think I'm gonna also slot this into the Wednesday slot right here. We're gonna have a lot of things to do between the BFG and the Zelda, but I'm thinking of also like slotting Diablo game in there, because it might get boring just going back and forth between Zelda and Doom like exclusively. So I'm like, you know, let's throw another little bit of hell in there and start sorting some things out on Sanctuary. And this is going to go towards specifically seasonal content in what is currently Diablo 4. So I will be covering Diablo 1 exclusively to explain the story and get what's going on in Diablo. So I'll show the different quests that you can get in Diablo, even the branching alternate ones, and explain the story of what's going on in Diablo 1 and Hellfire. The goal, to get through Diablo 1 and into Diablo 2. Diablo 2 Resurrected, or how it's called, Reign of the Warlock, is quite frankly a beautiful game, and they did a really good job with the story in Diablo 2. It's still one of people's favorite Diablo games. I've never actually completed it all in one go. I completed the original Diablo 2 way back in the day. I think it was like when it first came out, and then about 5 or 6 years after that, I finished Lord of Destruction, which was the expansion to Diablo 2, on a friend's character, and saw the end of the game. But as one cohesive thing, I've never played Diablo 2 all the way through. And now they have new content because they added a new character to the game, which is crazy. But I can actually put this up and show you guys what they've done with Diablo 2 here. So when I don't have a character created already, so I can't show you on the inside. But Diablo 2 really has the Halo, because if you played Halo 1 in the Master Chief Collection, you can hit, I think it's the tab key, to change the graphics between the original Xbox version graphics and the updated ones. And you may realize that we got a button up here that says toggle that changes from the remastered graphics, which are these, to the original graphics, which are these. And at any point in the game, you can hit the toggle and go between the original game and the updated graphics, because the updated graphic engine is running on top of the original game. Toggle and break out the CRT. I mean, back in the day, this was amazing, right? Seeing the characters, whoosh. You die. But one thing you may have noticed, there's 7 characters right here. There are 8 characters right here, because for the remastered version only, they added a new class, the Warlock. You can actually select which version of the game you want right here. So if you click on somebody like the Barbarian, you can select the Classic, the Expansion, or Reign of the Warlock. If you choose a Warlock and then you toggle back, you notice you don't have a character selected. They did not put Warlock in the base version of the game. Warlock is only in the remastered aspect of the game. Which is interesting. That means that if you're playing on Battle.net, and you can still play this on Battle.net because it's one of the current games that they're supporting. If you're playing on the original Legacy mode, one of the Legacy characters, you can't play with a Warlock, because the Warlock doesn't have any rendering in Legacy mode. So yeah, starting with Diablo 2, the story of Diablo gets really interesting. They start bringing out a lot of the elements of what's happening in Sanctuary, the war between heaven and hell. Diablo 3 just kind of hits that story, just hits a home run with the story, because people criticize it now, but when Diablo 3 came out, the story was not the problem part of the game. The real money auction house was a problematic part of that, and it didn't work. But apart from those two things, look, the story was fantastic. And having played through all 3 acts of the story in Diablo 4, one thing that I can say is the story is still fantastic. And it's actually amazing how they've managed to connect 4 games of story through the family line of the villains. That normally doesn't happen. Normally it's like, okay, the heroes in the first game, then same heroes in the second game, and then children are friends of the same hero in the third game. No. That's not what's happening in Diablo. It's about the family line of the villains. Diablo, who you fight in Diablo 1, and then you fight him again in Diablo 2, and then in the expansion to Diablo 2, you fight his brother, Baal, who is the second of the prime evils, and then in Diablo 3, you fight Diablo again, and then you fight a fallen angel who has stepped up to kind of replace Diablo. And then Diablo 4, you're fighting Mephisto, who is Diablo and Baal's other brother, the third of the 3 prime evils. Like, it's interesting that they connect the games through the family line of the villains. That's a really fun way to do it, I think. I like Diablo. Diablo is one of my favorite game franchises. I know that there are better ARPGs out there than Diablo, like Path of Exile exists, you know, I get it, right? There are technically better versions of this game out there that you can play. But I have a soft spot in my heart place for Diablo. I grew up with this game. I played this game. I've played this game since Diablo 2. Yeah, I was this one. I've actually played Diablo 4 on my channel before, because I was in the Diablo 4. I was in both the Diablo 3 and the Diablo 4 beta testing, and I really didn't like Diablo 4 when it launched. Because during the beta, I was excited because there was all these different things. I'm like, okay, this is cool. This is cool. This feels kind of like Diablo 2, so that's really cool. And then when Diablo 4 came out, I'm like, this game just doesn't feel fun. Like there's no, the fun of the game is gone. So I really didn't like it on launch. And then I came back to it later when the first expansion came out, and I fell in love with it all over again. The first expansion came out, they fixed all of the pacing issues that was making it unfun in the base game. They fixed all of those in the first expansion. It was called the Vessel of Hatred. And then just a couple months ago, the third expansion, Lord of Hatred, came out. And yeah, like I've had this sitting and just haven't played it for a long time. But last week when I was sick, I decided, you know what, I'm just gonna like veg out here and recover. And so I dove into Diablo 4. I went through the campaign, and then I started up the season, and I've been doing the seasonal stuff in D4. Yeah. And ultimately, that's where I want to get Diablo 4 to the point where I can do seasonal content on the channel, right? So when the new season starts, I'm gonna be like, okay, this week we're gonna be diving into the new Diablo 4 season and see how far we can get through the season in a week, right? And then when that's done, we'll take that character, we'll park that character, and the next time a season rolls around, we'll pick a new job, a new class, and we'll roll through the season with the new class and see how far through the season we can get in like a week or two. Like I want to have a Diablo 4 like season event thing on the channel. Getting through the stories of Diablo, I think it's not going to be all that difficult. So I'm thinking what I'm going to do here for this section is I'm going to do a Zelda game, a Doom game, and then a Diablo game. And I know that I'm going to divide Diablo up via its expansions to kind of like break it out. Well, at least Diablo 1, I'm going to break it up Well, no, Diablo 1's not long enough to really break it up. I might just do it by game. Because the Diablo games themselves don't take up like all that much time. And we're not gonna be like grinding or anything. Especially from Diablo 3 and Diablo 4. Because these feature Paragon levels, and the new characters that I create to go through the storyline of the games are going to have, at least in Diablo 3, they're going to have the Paragon right up front. In Diablo 4, they're going to have access to money and stuff that they have on the other characters right up front. So it's going to be fairly easy to go through and just get the game, like the story of everything that's happening. And I'm of course going to be explaining things along the way, and then get to the end game of D4 where I can start doing like seasonal things to break up the monotony. I have the other thing going. Let's see what happens if I try to launch Diablo 4. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about with season. Hopefully this won't explode the system. Hopefully. Okay, it's looking okay. Looking okay at the moment. Logging into Diablo 4. That's interesting that I played Diablo 1, 2, and 3 with the keyboard and mouse. I played Diablo 4 with a controller. Why? Because it benefits. Gift of the Tree Cache. They updated this today and added new stuff in. This is my character. This is Narishm. He's a warlock. That's what he looks like. This was my other character from the last time I played. Liliana, she's a necromancer. If you create a new character, does it show me what? Oh, this is the button that I failed to click on last time. So these are the different expansions of Diablo 4. The base game, the Vessel of Hatred, the Lord of Hatred, and then the end game where I'm currently at. Let's go back out of this. Okay, so I have to boot into the game and then go into the menu to kind of show you guys what Seasons is all about. Because you have the normal game, which has a whole bunch of like cool stuff, and like you can go through all the story aspects and everything of the game on the normal game, and it works fine. But on seasonal content, you get this special menu right here, and it's lagging a little bit. I have a lot of stuff going. But what this is, it's a whole bunch of different objectives that you can complete, and you can get special rewards. And your goal is to complete these different objectives. As you can see, I've completed everything on the first 5. I've got one thing to do on rank 6, one thing to do on rank 7, and I'm currently going through rank 8 stuff. I've completed a lot of it. I've got like 10 or so things to do on rank 8, and then these are all the rewards I get for rank 8. And then there's rank 9, where I just have to complete 10 of these things, and then I get all of these rewards, right? So you get one of these every season, and each season, let me click over here so this speeds back up. Nope. Okay, we're gonna exit Diablo 4. Because having all of the stuff running and the .hack running in the background, which is where the stuff is coming from. So that's basically. I'll be back. Okay, let me double check to make sure that all versions of the stream are still running. Okay, refresh that. You have audio but a frozen image. Okay. All right. I should have known better than to turn the Diablo 4 on. Diablo 4 has a great story. It's a fun game to play. But Blizzard, as a game development company that they used to be, and Diablo 4 has some very, very, what I would consider basic flaws to the game. Let's test chat to stream time. Okay. And one of the things is, every time I close this game, it nearly crashes the whole damn system. It's just Diablo 4. Like, when I close the game, like that time, it froze the whole system. Like, just completely locked everything up. No other game that I have on this system does that. Nothing. That's pretty normal, 38 seconds. Before the stream, I was playing Diablo 4, and when I shut down Diablo 4, it disconnected every USB device that I have connected to the computer. And it kept them all disconnected for 30 seconds while it ran an update. So I couldn't use a keyboard, the mouse, I couldn't use my audio, I couldn't use a microphone, I couldn't use my Stream Deck. It disconnected every USB thing while it ran an update. Like, Blizzard, how can you not hire competent people to write your software? Like, when the Windows technicians are more competent than you at writing software, there's a fucking problem. So that is one of the things I've noticed with Diablo 4, is every time you close it, temporarily breaks something. That being said, Diablo 4 is the only game that I have that artifacts. So, you know, where you get that like really stretchy, like line artifact? Time is shrinking. 3 seconds now. Nice. Yeah, Diablo is what fucked things up. I logged in to show you guys how the season stuff worked, and it fucked the system up. So yeah. Anyway, like, while it's running, it's okay. Anyway. Yeah. So that, I've been talking about this a lot. So we will wrap it up. But this is kind of where I'm wanting to go on towards the end of the year. From now towards the end of the year. On Friday, I want to bring back the Pokemon streams in the morning. And I think I'm going to offset the Pokemon streams with a couple of the other like action games, because I know you guys wanted to see The Witcher. I don't know how The Witcher will slot in with Pokemon, but I think the Pokemon Power World combination will work. It's gonna work pretty good, and I may end up doing The Witcher on like Tuesday, right there, but to kind of like break up the monotony of what's going on between those days. Witchmon Friday. Well, The Witcher did win the vote, so The Witcher is going to be on the docket. And by The Witcher, I mean The Witcher series. I'm gonna do all 3 of them. So they are going to be on the docket between now and the end of the year. And then, of course, we're going to be finishing Elementalis and Bear and Breakfast. And I'm thinking about taking a Bear and Breakfast or Factorio, maybe Satisfactory, and dedicating Thursday to games like that. So we'll do like maybe a Civilization run, maybe some Sim City, like those kind of games. We're gonna put that stuff on Thursday. We're gonna put action stuff on Tuesday. We're gonna put RPG stuff on Monday, Pokemon stuff on Friday, and then Wednesday is gonna be where all hell breaks loose, and then Link stabs things. And my hope is to get through all of these major franchises by the end of the year. A lot of games to play between now and the end of the year. But I think I'm going to be able to move at a pretty fast clip and get through all of that stuff by the end of the year. We're still going to be off on Saturday and Sunday, and I'm still going to replace random days with like events. If there's an event or something that I want to cover, I'm gonna replace a slot with events. There's still going to be slots replaced for days that I'm off, like any days that I go to the doctor. I'm going to take that day off and just dedicate that day to going to the doctor, which hasn't happened as much lately just because of lack of funds. This has been the first month where we've actually been caught up on most everything, and that is thanks to Lansley. We managed to get everything caught up like right at the start of the month. Yes, much appreciated. But that being said, we spent all of the donation on paying the bills. So now we are once again, we have the bills paid, but we don't really have anything else. How it goes. And now the bills are coming in for the next month, so that's lovely. Every time I get one thing fixed, like 5 other things break. We still haven't heard anything about food stamps or anything like that, and they're supposed to be here in like 3 days, and we haven't heard anything. So I still don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, it's how life happens. Yeah. I'm feeling much better. Oh, yeah. I wanted to watch this video with you guys.
Hello, everyone.
The end of the Games Done Quick marathon.
We're so back. We're so back.
Because I didn't actually
Oh my
get to
gosh.
cover
We
the
did it,
very
everyone.
end of the marathon
Tech. Thank you, everyone.
while it was happening. Because I didn't want to watch Expedition 33.
What a fantastic,
But luckily they put up just like the last 5 minutes
It was amazing.
of the marathon here.
They all were blindfolded, by the way. Yeah, all of them.
Look at how much money
okay,
they raised.
so- Hi,
$2.4
everybody. Thank you for staying up
million
until 1 in the morning.
what Doctors Without Borders. That is
Some thank yous
amazing.
I'd like to say on behalf of GDQ. So first and foremost, thank you to all of the runners that you have had the pleasure of watching these last 7 days, all of the volunteers who help set up everything you see. It is the downstairs, the stage, seeing all of those things, all of the commentators, all of you lovely people in the crowd. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to our wonderful Artist Alley vendors, the indie devs who came by and showed off some of their own games. Thank you, chat, and everyone watching at home. Thank you. Let's go Twitch chat. And YouTube. Chat. And YouTube. Thank you to everyone who donated throughout the week. Thank you to everyone who donated prizes. Thank you to all of our restream partners who have been restreaming around
I've been
the
thinking
world as
about
well.
doing that,
And
making up
I
like a
would be
bunch of
remiss if I didn't say
perlers
thank you to staff.
and donating them
All
to
of you
GDQ for like prizes.
I told myself I wouldn't cry during this. Thank you for all of the work that you do that is genuinely year-round, and thank you for believing in us and believing in this cause and believing in yourselves in this community. You all have tremendously impacted my life, and I could not be here standing here and thanking everybody if it wasn't for everything that you all do. So, like, from the bottom of the deepest part of my heart, thank you.
Okay. Only the people in the front are standing. Back here, you're in the kind of don't give a fuck
Thank our
like
wonderful sponsors
zone.
for the event, the Yeti.
Yeah, I get close to this. I have this one
Fan
still for.
Gamer, Humble Bundle, Annapurna, Hidden Block Games,
close
Itty Bitty
these.
Games, Red Bull, and a special thanks to Esports Admin Events, Psychic Drive, Credits Remaining, Bad Penny Pinball, and last but not least, World 9 for all of the work they have done for SGDQ. And I'm gonna call the total, and I'm gonna hope and pray I can read at 1 in the morning. The total for Summer Games Done Quick 2026 is $2,408,701 for Doctors Without Borders.
So I've seen 3D perlers done a couple of different ways.
And Greta, thank you for being such a wonderful partner all of the years, and for, especially for me, thank you for being just a wonderful friend. And I just wanted to open the floor for if there's anything else you'd like to say.
Yes, I want to say, I love you all. To start, thank you to everybody. Seriously, it takes a team, and you all are a beautiful one. Thank you, Ashley. As you said, we've become friends. This is wonderful to experience this with you, and I'm so happy to be by your side here for the finale. And it is because of the tens of thousands of donations and donors from communities like Games Done Quick that we can provide life-saving care. So with that total of just over $2.4 million, that means since the first time this community has supported MSF, you all have raised a total of over $28 million for our work. Yeah. And I want to put that into context because that's an immense amount of money that you all have raised. And that is the equivalent of funding for our work in 2025 in Lebanon. So that is the equivalent of that. And for the civilian that is critically injured, for the elderly patient cut off from medical care, for the child suffering from severe malnutrition, for our patients in Sudan, DRC, Gaza, and beyond. Supporters like you are a lifeline for millions of people around the world. Thank you so much. We love you. I love you, truly. And we will see you next time.
Okay. So I've seen 3D purlers done a couple of different ways. Kind of like this way, where you take like two planes and you like glue them together on an edge to build like a box, and then you can build out around the box. And then by building layers and kind of stacking them on top of each other like that, and like affixing them with like glue. Neither of them are very good, I think, to try and build like 3D stuff, at least not like stuff like this. Like this is a little bit better, but even then, let me see if I can find. Here's an example. So this I think is what you're more referring to, which is how I would use purlers if I was doing something like this. Is like this was made by having, and like here's another example of it, by cutting up several different of the same cards, and then like cutting out like different parts to have the background be like multiple like layers on, and adding a new thing on each layer. Doing something like this with purlers, I think, would be the best way to do like 3D purlers. And there's a couple of things that come to mind of scenes that you can do like that. Man. There's one particular image that I'm thinking of. have the image somewhere. Like this image right here. This would be something that I think you could do with perlers, right? Because you have several different layers that you can do and like stack on top of each other. Because you would obviously have like the frame on each layer, but then you can do the backgrounds, and then you can do these teal buildings back there, and then you can do these buildings on a layer, and then you can do all this green grass on a layer, and then you can do like Mega Man and Rush, or Mega Man on one layer and then Rush on like the topmost layer, so that Mega Man is like technically like right behind Rush. And I think that would be like a really cool thing that you could do with perlers, like in the style that you're talking about. And I don't think it would be that difficult of a thing to do. But yeah, like when you mentioned it, this image, which I knew I had somewhere, is what popped into my head. Like this would be a perfect example of doing that. I just got to make sure I have enough boards to actually pull it off. Because this is a render from, I think, one of the old NES games. And so it's rendered in basically 8-bit instead of 16. So it would be, it wouldn't take all that many beads to pull it off. Yeah. All you know about perlers is you put them in order and iron them. I could attempt to do some perler streams. I've done some of those in the past, both perler and Lego streams. I could attempt some more perler stuff if you guys would like to see me putting little beads on a board for a couple of hours, I guess, while I randomly chat about things. I'm going to copy this image to my desktop so that I don't forget about it. We can close all of that down. I've already got that saved. We can close that down. That was the finale. I've got that saved. So, okay, next order of business. There are a lot of runs from GDQ that I didn't get to talk about when they happened last week. Build them on stream and then put them on sale. A lot of people do that. Are there any particular games that happened during the run last week that you guys want to see me react to? Because I watched some of these, and then others were like not so good. Like we watched this one on stream. The Mario 64 task was pretty good. The Link to the Past, not so much. Rift of the Necrodancer, yeah, not really that great. Kingdom Hearts 2 was pretty exciting. Mass Effect 3 is one of my favorite games. Didn't get to see the speedrun, so don't know about it. Didn't watch any of this stuff. Wanted to watch the Castlevania run, but I missed it, unfortunately. Missed the Gauntlet run as well. Missed the Clash at Demon Head, which I was kind of interested in seeing as well. Missed all of these. Most of what I was doing last week was sleeping. So I missed the Tetris tournament. I did get to see this Tetris thing, and I got to see the Mario Maker 2, which was pretty fun. I got to see this run of Balatro by ADEF, which was insane. I didn't even know there were Street Fighter tournaments that they put on. Balatro is a really fun, really addictive game. It's basically, it's like roguelike poker. Cause you have to, you're given like 7 cards and you have to build poker hands, and then they score your poker hand and you have to beat a certain number in order to advance to the next round. But then up at the top of the screen you have jokers, and jokers are special modifiers that change the way your cards are scored. Like you'll have a joker that say all face cards score twice. So you can build a full house with like 7s and 3s and it'll score it once, or you can build a full house with kings and queens and it'll score it twice because you have a joker that scores face cards twice. And then you can have another joker after that that says repeats what the first joker did, or scores all hearts cards times 3, right? And there are dozens of different jokers, so you can build hundreds and hundreds of effects of different ways that your hand scores to get higher and higher and higher numbers. This Balatro run right here, ADEF was aiming to score a number so high that first back up one step. The score for your hand in Balatro is stored in a floating point number. It's a very big integer with 2 decimal places behind it. It's stored in a floating point. His goal in this run of Balatro was to score a number so high that the game named it Not a Number Infinite and overflowed. That was his goal. That was his goal, to get the modifier to score his hand so high that it overflowed a floating point, and the game registered it as infinite. If you guys would like, I can review this one tomorrow. I will put this on the docket as like we can review the GDQ run before we actually get into the game tomorrow. It's like an hour and 15 minutes. And this is a fun one. This Mario Maker 2 one is also pretty fun. And like so many of these I missed. Like I missed the Metroid Dread one. So like I'm probably going to spend the next couple of like days or so Zelda the Wand of Gamelon. I got to see like half of that. I'm probably gonna spend the next like week or two going through the ones that I want to see that I missed. But if you guys want, I can pick out ones that seem interested or ones that you guys want to see. And before we get into actually playing the game on any particular day, we can review one of these runs. And just see what it's like. You guys can get my input on a particular run. There's so many cool things here. Jedi Knight Dark Forces here. I didn't even know they did Dark Forces too. Here's the Hey You Pikachu. I heard about it. I didn't get to watch it. I think I mentioned it on the first night. V. This game. They did do a Crypto the Necrodancer run. Crypto the Necrodancer is another very fun game. A peak speedrun would be interesting to see. I really want to play Symphony of the Night. So I've never actually played Symphony of the Night. For all the Metroidvania games that I've played, the one that actually added Vania to the name of that category of game is one that I've not played. And we watched Diddy Kong Country 2. That's what started the event right there. So yeah, if you guys want to see any particular speedrun, or if you want me to pick ones that I want to watch, we can watch them together on stream for the next couple of streams. We've got so many options right here from this SGDQ. Yeah, starting with Balacho tomorrow. If you guys want to see it, let me know on Twitter or in the Discord, and yeah, I'll pick one and watch it. Or if you guys want to suggest one, we can watch that one too. Unless I already know that it's one that's going to suck, which a couple of these did. Like this Link to the Past one. And I'm not going to be watching the Claire Obscura one. So like none of the ones we've already watched, none of the ones I know already are bad, and not the Claire Obscura one. Yeah. And like Rift of the Necrodancer, this one's not great. It's another like boring keyboard rhythm game, and everybody that plays it plays one of these games thinks that they've got the best game on the planet, and it's really just like another boring rhythm game. And this one's like not even that particularly easy to read. And one of the things that that this chick says is that she thinks this is the most easily to sight read rhythm game out there, and I'm like, no, not by a long shot. You have to know which enemy does which thing, and the modifiers on the enemies are the color of the enemies, and then you have other enemies that jump in from off screen, and the indicator is a flash on like the back side of the board all the way at the back that they're going to jump in. I'm like, no, and when you have every track is set up like that track right there. So there are things in like at least 2 of the spots in every spot all the way going down the board. Sometimes in all 3 spots. No, it's not the most easy sight read. The easiest to sight read rhythm game of all time is still Guitar Hero. Like, none of them are easier than that. You've got color-coded buttons. Punch Out. Let me a new paper. For the easiest Punch Out for the easiest rhythm game? I don't know. I'm not going to argue that Punch Out isn't a rhythm game, because I think it is. But I don't think it's the easiest. Guitar Hero is still the easiest. Because anybody can, without any explanation, you can hand them the guitar controller. They can hold it for the first time ever playing a video game, look at the screen, and figure out what to do inside of a minute. Like, they don't need any help, they don't need any instructions. They can look at the screen, they see 5 colors and little buttons coming. They look at the controller, they see 5 buttons in those 5 colors, and they got a little strummer, and there's a little bar going across the bottom of the screen. They can put that together inside of a minute of playing the game and learn how to play the game and play a song on easy on their first try. No other rhythm game comes anywhere close to being able to do that. Every other rhythm game that I've ever played has 15 minutes of tutorials about all the different things that you're going to encounter while you are playing that game. And you need to remember all of that stuff as you go into the first level, and they throw like 40 different mechanics at you at once. Like, yeah, easiest rhythm game is still Guitar Hero. Cause like, let me show you what we're looking at here with this Necro Dancer game. I'm going to mute it, but put it in the middle of the action here. So like, this is what you're looking at. And this is, and she says this is the easiest to parse rhythm game that she thinks is out there. Looking at this as a first-time player from a sample, like, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. Like, which keys do I press? How long do I, like, is there an indicator for holding the keys? Do I need to how do I tap a key while I'm holding a key? Like, none of that is explained by watching this board. Whereas if you switch over to Guitar Hero I, even on one of the most difficult songs on Guitar Hero, like Through the Fire and Flames, which is famously difficult, you can tell what's going on right here. Now, yeah, it's hard, but looking at this, you can see, oh, I've got to hit the right color buttons and then strum when it gets to the bottom of the screen. Even on the hardest difficulty, there is nothing obscure about how you play this game. Like, I can hand somebody the controller for this game and they can figure it out without having to go through a tutorial. And yeah, if your rhythm game requires 15 minutes of tutorials and remembering shit in order to play it, you don't have an easy to play game. Sorry, you just don't. And I think Punch-Out kind of falls into that category, because Punch-Out is a rhythm game that makes you think it's a fighting game or a boxing game. And the tells behind the rhythm that you have to pick up in Punch-Out are not easy to see. Most people who play Punch-Out for the first time completely miss them. So yeah, like I kick back on anybody that says that a game like this Necrodancer game is like the easiest one of these rhythm games to play. It's just wrong. Just categorically wrong. But anyway, I have a little list here that I've made. I've written down Balatro as the first game. If there's any other runs that you guys would like me to, I guess, react to, let me know. We'll do one a day per stream for as long as we have them. Or if you don't want me to react to them, I just won't, and I'll do it off stream. I'll just watch them off stream on my own time. Yeah. It's up to you guys on whether or not you want me to do it. Let's see. I think I've covered most everything else. I think Vin said she was doing the Mecha Chameleon tonight. That's still a ways off. Still a ways off. Alrighty. I think that is everything. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Would you guys want me to do the Mecha Chameleon collab tonight? Cause I could do that. I could switch this to like a Let's Talking collaboration to get like all the stuff done up. Sure, you're doing precisely nothing. Sure about the Mecha Chameleon? I got that. I got that stuck in my head. All right. So let's add it to the calendar. All right. It's not our day. It's on the 14th. It starts at 8:30, not a.m. Oh, good God, no. A safety dance parody. Let me see. All right. So I'm just gonna list it to like midnight. Yeah. Save that. And now, bam! Look at that Mecha Chameleon. Yeah. Just like that, we add it to the calendar and it's in the schedule. So, with Mecha Chameleon starting at 8:30, I'm gonna make myself available at, I say, 8 o'clock to make sure everything is set up and good to go for that at 8:30, which means I'm probably gonna be stopping at about 7:30. Yeah, I think 7:30. That gives me an hour to get everything set up and switched over. I need to make one of these. All right. And I've updated this. Let me move this over here because I don't remember if I had this on something that displays personal information or not. Okay, luckily I did not. This is gotta make sure I don't dox myself accidentally. Comedy comes in threes. Bam. Perfect. So Mecha Chameleon will be happening tonight at 8:30 instead of last night. Vin had to work a double yesterday, so that's why she wasn't able to make it. But Lady will stream in Shapes. I linked that. So yeah, you guys Had a chance to go watch Lady do some shapes fun instead of Ben. Yeah. Alrighty. So I think that is everything. Can't think of anything else. I think I've talked about everything. I think so. All right, so I'm gonna take a quick little break, and then when we come back, we're gonna dive into .hack for an hour or two before we hit the Mecha Chameleon tonight. So I will be right back. Boom, 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 boom. Bam. I'm back. Alrighty, me hit that button. And now, we can jump back in to .hack. Let's see what was going on when we left off the last time. We were in Aerial City, Fort Oof. Alright. Rising Implacable Sipping Bug. Generous Bemused Version. This is a level 62 area. This is a level 56 area. This is gonna get us Terajima Ryoko. And then in Lambda server, I think this is Pulsating Truce Core that we have over here, if I remember. Oh no. Stalking Betrayed Nothingness. We've already done Pulsating Truce Core. And that's level 70. Okay, so I need to update my little thing over here, unless I need to go back here. Warp directly to Net Slum. So I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna note this is Net. I'm gonna note that is Net Slum. Like that. And kind of leave that off to the side. Pulsating Truce Core is Net Slum. Alright, and there is so much stuff that we have yet to do. So I've got my list here of gear that I have versus gear that I need to get. And let's see which party members are available. Mia is gone? Yeah. And that means that Elk is probably also gone? Yeah. And Orca is in a coma. Pulsating Truce Core. Oh, that could be worse score. Yeah, could be. Marlowe and Sanjuro. So I'm looking at 41 and 64s for their gear. Nuke, Balmung. Is Balmung around?
I'll handle it.
Okay, so I might be able to check out Balmung, because I don't have anything for Balmung's gear right now. He has, that's 63, that's 64, that's 61, and that is 64. So I've given him 64. He was heavy. He's got the breastplate. Open hands, breastplate, right there, body, bam. So he's already got the body part. that we need at level 64. So he needs the head and the hands, and his weapon is 32, which needs to be greatly improved. Okay, who else do I not have a whole lot of stuff on? Elk and Mia are both gone. Rachel, is Rachel about?
Thanks for inviting me.
All right, I don't have anything marked down here for Rachel. So let's see what Rachel is all about. 44, 44, 44, 44, and 19. So Rachel has nothing, and she also wears heavy stuff. Okay, so our first stop is to check and see what I have for heavy stuff and what both of these are good, but they're all of these are really good. Oh my gosh, I've run across all of the stuff that Okay. I immediately run across a whole bunch of stuff that I want to get, but can't afford. Okay, I'm gonna go. I gotta go to the ferry. To the ferry. All right, let's see. What do I have? Those are all rare. Withdraw that. Alien Axe, pull that out. Drake Bone, pull that out. Tanami, Moonstruck, Fox Crest. Ice Dragon, okay, that can go to Balmung. Frost Halbrook. Aqua Hands, that can go to Balmung as well. Okay. I'm gonna store that back in there. Okay, let's find Balmung.
How are you faring?
You have anything interesting to trade for? You do not. Let me double check Balmung's equipment. He definitely needs the headpiece and the handpiece. But he has the body and the legs. Okay.
How are you faring?
So we're gonna give him the headpiece and the handpiece. Heavy level 64 handpiece.
An expensive item like this? Thank you. I will accept this as a symbol
this
of
guy,
our friendship.
This guy, Pulsey, I think it was on the list because I went to the wrong place. It was supposed to be pulsating true score, and I accidentally went to the pulsating worst score. Yeah.
How are you faring?
Okay, and then he also needs the helmet for this piece, which is the ice dragon.
Thank you for such a rare item.
Okay, so now looking at Balmung. 64, 64, 64, 64. And then he's a
How are you
Blade
faring?
Master. I have a nice weapon for Blade Master. The Rising Sun.
An expensive item like this?
And now he's got a weapon that completely doesn't match his armor at all. Whereas most games, I would redesign my armor to match my weapons. Okay, so he has a 42 weapon. Balmung is done. Look at that. Bam. Bam. And bam. And he has a 42 weapon. Balmung is finished. Natsume is finished. So I'll go ahead and just mark Balmung off because I'm not going to touch him again. And I'm going to mark Natsume off because I'm not going to touch him. Her again. Rose needs 74 on body, gloves, and feet. Mistral is gone. We're going to be using Wise Man for this one, and Wise Man is at 71. Rachel basically needs everything. She's also a Blade Master.
Yeah,
So I can give her
Oh, what?
that level 40 weapon. And bam, Rachel has a weapon now. Nice.
Yeah.
And I don't think I have any other armor that fits. I have a 38 weapon. Wiseman is my guy, and he has a 38 weapon. So that 38 weapon would go for Mistral or Elk. The Demon Spear is a level 46 weapon, which is better than what Gardenia currently has. Also better than Nuke, who is, I think, is also a long spear. Okay, so I want to put the Demon Spear and the Cosmic Staff back in the box. So we'll go ahead and do that now. Cosmic Staff and the Demon Spear back in the box. The Alien Axe back in the box. The Axe of Mobs back in the box. I think everything else here we could do some trading with. Okay, we don't want things particularly in the 50s. We want things in the 60s. What you got, Snakey? You got a 27 weapon for a heavy blade. Not particularly useful. A 41 weapon for a heavy axeman. Armor of Hell. Okay. .66 light body armor. I'm specifically looking for heavy stuff right at the moment. Okay. I'm looking for heavy stuff in the 60s to be precise.
Mass.
Or higher, I guess. This guy wants something specific. He wants burning oil. Not enough. "12 burning oil, 6 pure water." Do I have pure water at all? Don't think I do. Okay, who was that ran past just now? Need you, Kata. What you got? Nothing. Oh yeah, that's Juta, right? That's Noble over there. New Betty back over there. Wom, wom, wom. What you got, Borsk? You got nothing, man. Miyanosuke! Okay, well here's some 63. This is medium, and that's light. Okay. Give me some, give me some heavy stuff. Or give me nothing of the sort. Go this way. Hello, Milky.
Oh my, what is it?
Okay. How much money do I have? 1855. Oh yeah. I need to do the grunty race. I had forgotten. Get back here. Wing, I saw you turn around. Nothing? Okay.
Yeah, something.
Oh, that's Rachel. Ha ha ha. Binky, did I just run into you on the other server? I did.
Red.
What you got, Aqua? The Apocalypse Rod. Tyria, what you got? Thunder Dad. Get back here. Grid. Oh, there we go. Heavy body armor. What else you got? Nothing? Okay. Where am I on the rankings here? Third place. 1666. I bet that was a really good year. Lots of inquisitions and stuff. Okay. You hear nobody expects those. Mookie!
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, this is gonna be horrible. Oh. Nope, this way. Oh, rank out. Okay. I remember where to go, mostly, kinda, sorta now. Okay. This time. Maybe, possibly, sorta.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, where am I going? I went the wrong way. I went totally the wrong way. Okay, this time. I got it.
3, 2, 1, go!
Where's the green flag? Oh, it's this way. Go down here, get the purple, and then the green is over here. I went the wrong way again. To be fair, all the roads in this city look the same. Okay, here we go. God. I really hate the Grinty races. Okay, here we go. God damn it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This time. I might have to watch a video and find out what the exact path is that you have to take. Because you have to take a very specific path and do it a very specific way, or you won't win. Yay, second place. Okay. Yay, silver grunty. Okay. Let's go see the elf and store some items back away. Okay. And then we can sell some things. Or save. Saving is always useful. What word list do we have here? Rising implacable sipping bug. I do want to make sure that I've got the right party.
Call me.
Is Mistral available? I don't think she is. No. Black Rose. Okay, so my party is actually going to be Balmung. And Wise Man.
Why, hello there.
All right. And Wise Man has a 38 weapon. He's got 71 on the robes, but needs the 71 gear for all of the other slots. Which I think I stored at least one piece over here that would give him an upgrade. Right there. All right. We need more 71 pieces in there. And his weapon is 38, so he has the cosmic staff.
Now then. Quite an item. Now then.
Okay.
How are you?
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do a save. Alright, safety save. Alright, now that Balmung has much better gear, we should be able to do this easier. We might need more data cores. I might have been collecting data cores. P, I, H. We do not need more cores. We have plenty. I was wondering if it was gonna start the hack there. If only hacking looked this cool in real life. Like that. If you could just like push a button and hack. Oh look. It's Leo's.
The infection of the field is level 3. This is bad.
Looks like pretty much every other field. La pumpkin! I turn around because I saw a symbol. Where was that cutscene? I was about to say I saw a symbol behind us in the cutscene. I saw it. Oh, there's two. Yay. Okay, lovely. Can I just tell everybody to take a moment? Approve. Okay. I don't have any strengthening skills. Anybody else have anything? Balmung has no more strengthening skills either. Alrighty. So we've got magic up, which doesn't really affect anybody but Wiseman. Oh my gosh. Can we stealth everybody?
Recruits!
Oh. I'm pressing all of the, oh my god, I've forgotten all of the buttons. There we go. I remember Artisan Soul. Yeah. Here we go. I will remember. I remember how to play the game before the end. Okay. I'm gonna get this buff. And this buff. I gave Balmung the gear and Balmung's the only one that survived. Okay, we got the creepy La Pumpkin. The creepy finger mouth dungeon. Nothing unusual about this place. I still haven't opened the book of 1000 in like years. Hello.
The infection in the dungeon is far greater than the field.
How can you tell?
I will go to the lowest level. You should hurry up.
Why don't you just teleport me to the lowest level? I don't think this guy's a very good administrator. Like, I'm gonna teleport to the lower level. You have to fight your way all the way through the dungeon. But I'm gonna just teleport there. But you need to hurry up and get to the bottom, like for sure. But I'm not gonna take you there. Oh no no. Magic.
Or Juksat.
Alright. Oh, that's right. My healing item is here. Okay. Booyah. Alright. Let's make sure everybody's magic is back up. All right. Items.
Yarskin roof.
Booyah. Easy peasy. That's as much as you can heal? There you go, wise man. Show him what a heal really is. What do we got here?
Made you cruise. Or Juksat. Or Juksat.
Hey.
Rep. Ola rep. Rep. Ola rep.
Yes, the true RPG experience. Okay, got a couple of cooked biles out of that.
Gun revolver!
Bong! Okay. Let's have a box right here. This room is showing as empty, which means there could be a virus core in there. And there is. It's a virus core D. And then a lot of things to smash. All right. Just want to break that physical tolerance immediately.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right.
Or Juksat.
Booyah! And then get back over here and build up his magic.
Rep! Rep! Rep!
You really gonna stand there and let Balmung just rep over and over and over again when you have a massive multi-person heal? Wise man. Wise man. You gotta be in a dick, dude. Alright. Okay. Let me switch this to first aid. And then okay. What are we missing? There we go. Okay. I want the curry drink.
Or Juksat. Or Juksat.
Accidentally healed the wrong person.
Or Juksat.
Ooh, yeah. Get that very bouncy golden egg. Bloody egg.
Bloody egg.
All right. It's very old. I was excited to finally see some trees. I need to use this on Balmung. Ooh, a big guy, okay.
Or Juksat.
Ooh, a fox. Nice. Legally distinct Godzilla.
Made you cruise. Hold on, Rep. Hold on, Rep. Rep. Hold on, Rep.
Back here, enemy. Nah.
Rep.
Okay. Nice.
Rep.
We got 3 more encounters on this floor. Oh, another big dragon guy. I like these guys because they typically are not going to be presenting the problems that the medium and small guys are. Okay, what we got here? Oh, one of the big guys.
Cross slash. Or Juksat. Or Juksat. Rep. Hold on, Rep.
Okay. Looks like there's a virus core down there in that bottom ring. Star Eater.
Walking cool.
Giant monster starfish. Okay, I think there might be a virus core in here. Yeah. Virus core F.
Now.
Okay.
Hold on, Rep. Rep. Hold on, Rep.
Ooh, yeah. Going down, down. In an earlier round. If I space this out, there shouldn't be a problem. Too many syllables. How am I doing? Avoiding copyright. Ooh, okay. We got an enemy right here, and then we got a big empty dungeon.
Back revolver.
Alright, I'm betting there's a virus core over here. So in this dungeon, we've got a D, an E, and an F. core. D, E, and F core. Box. Doink. Purple. Okay, here we go.
I've confirmed a data bug. Put all efforts into deleting it.
Okay.
Move out! Or Juksat.
Wise menu first aid.
Hold on, Ralph.
Okay.
Hold on, Ralph. Move out! Hold on, Ralph.
Okay.
Hold on, Ralph.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that broke fast. Ah.
Keep back, Don. Keep back, Don.
Okay. That broke fast.
I did not think it was this bad. It'll be eaten at this rate.
What?
Eaten.
The virus incubating in the monsters are replicating at an exponential rate. There is a possibility that the world itself will become a virus. If that happens,
I don't think that's how programs work.
there may be nothing we can do but to destroy the servers in order to prevent the spread of the damage.
That's ridiculous.
If you do that, the clues to finding the cure for the coma victims will be lost forever.
Slow dramatic pan.
I understand. Yet I'm still saying it. Because I understand. No, it's nothing.
Uh-huh.
There's no use telling you about this. The investigation is complete. Good work.
Leos!
No, the God statue. I didn't get it. They didn't give me the God statue. Piros is here.
Hello, he of fair eyes. We meet again.
Right, you've been dodging me, dude.
I have great information. I might tell you on the condition that you will go with me.
Okay.
So?
It's all right.
Yes, yes, you want to hear. That's the spirit. The more the merrier, and 2 heads are better than 1.
I didn't say that,
You recite the secret spell 3 times at the lowest level of Sigma, Dying Windmill's Neigh. And then you get rare items. Are you coming? Of course you are. I knew it! That's the spirit! Well, let's strike while the iron is hot. Let's go now that it's been decided.
Has it though?
It's not decided yet.
Sigma, Dying Windmill's Neigh has been added to the word list. Well, Piros is back. Oh god, the restraining order isn't working. Oh boy. Save, save, save. I need to get some better armor for Pyros. Because I have him a level 41 axe. But he uses heavy like so many of the other people. And I don't have any heavy armor. I'm not getting a lot of pulls of heavy armor. I may need to look up where to go to data drain monsters and turn them into various pieces of heavy armor. I'm going to make a note of that. Okay. Look up. Armor farms in dot. Outbreak. Okay. I've made a note about armor farms that I need to look up the location of some armor farms because I'm not getting enough armor this time around just by trading. Apologies for all of the coughing too. Let's see, that took about 40 minutes. I don't have that much time. Let me double check this. Game over is no problem now. Alright, that means I would have to replace Balmung with Pyros. I mean, that's just never something you want to do.
Hark! He a fair up.
Okay. This stuff is so bad. Where's this place he wants to go? 57? With that gear, he's gonna get mollywopped. I don't think I have any heavy gear in here. And he has, what is his weapon? It is a 41. I think I have a better axe weapon. I don't have a, oh, no I don't, okay. 61 light armor. Okay, we'll pull this out. That's 64 heavy chest armor. $69 heavy hand armor. Okay. Head and feet.
Now then.
Ooh, heavy.
Now then.
Okay. Mitsuki, what you got? 54 heavy leg armor is better than the nothing that he's got right now. Okay.
Oh! 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 He have fair eyes.
Okay, so Pyros has now body and gloves. He needs an upgrade for his foot spot. And has no head spot, which is normal for Pyros actually. Dying windmills neigh. Let's see what we got here. Oh my god, the Pyros music. Ooh. A box. Okay. Pyros, did you immediately go get what is that big eyeball in the sky there? Okay, big eyeball in the sky. Also, I found the dungeon. La pumpkin. Pyros is off getting charmed and whatnot. Really?
Now then, what can I do for you?
It's complete. Peace out, nerds. What? What was complete?
Ola rep.
I feel like I have missed a piece of the convo. Oh, Leo's warping out, yeah.
Or Juxat. Or Juxat.
Axel Pain!
Okay. We just have a room with a box in it. I mean, we gotta go check this out, right? Oh, it's a buff. Do we have any other buffs we can give around? Oh, water protection.
Now then.
Can we maybe heal everybody?
Ola rep.
Nice. Seeing as I don't have my best team and we're not in the best fighting position with Pyros not having all the proper armor, we're gonna skip the optional fight rooms in this dungeon to make sure that we can actually clear the entire dungeon. That is the wrong button. Because I knew there would be rooms like this, or floors like this rather. Kill the Watcher! Is he saying like that's so pain? Ooh, level up. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick little break. I will be right back. I'm back. And I still have Karma Chameleon stuck in my head. I am writing a parody in my brain. But I really like the line that you came up with. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? I don't know. I think the next line needs to be about copyright. Okay. Everybody's skills, wise men, new first aid.
Hold on, Rep. Hold on, Rep. With me.
No, I demand a restart.
Hold on, Rep.
Okay, POS, I see you.
Hold on, Rep.
Okay. I've got to give he back the wise man. Bam.
Hold on, Rep.
Hey, level up. Golden egg.
Golden egg.
Oh, the starfish thing. That's my button. Being a dragoon main, I can get with that. We can lance if you want to. You can leave your knights behind. Because your knights don't lance, and if they don't lance, well, they're no knights of mine. I like that. Like that. I'm a dragoon main in Final Fantasy XIV. I can get behind the Dragon Knights, the Lancers. Items. Also, historically, the lance/spear is the best weapon to have on a battlefield. Hands down, easy best. Like if you're going into combat in a war, the weapon that you want to have is a spear. You have a spear, you can have a sword as a backup, and you have a shield, and you are cleared for hand-to-hand combat.
Bloody egg.
It's a bloody egg. That's a joke only British people would get. I'm going this way because this is the God statue, and I can see it. Oh my gosh. Monster.
Yes, this is it. It must be here. Sri Jaya Wardena Purakote! Sri Jaya Wardena Purakote! Sri Jaya Wardena Purakote!
Huh?
What? Kite received the sticky helm, the smelly armor, the rotting hands, the dog hat, and the used disposable contacts. What? What is happening?
Give me those items. I was the one who gave you the information, so I believe that this is fair.
Why did they give them to me?
Sure, but what are you...
I really want them! Friend, please understand!
Uh-huh.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Friend, I'll put them on right now! What? This is...
And he's orange again. And he's cursed. And asleep. And confused. And charmed. And poisoned. And paralyzed.
This is a complete course! What an unpredictable world it is! Live long and prosper! Let's meet again!
Had to look up when Chivalry came out, 2012. He came up with that, and it's ruined Safety Dance ever since. I might take this Ice Tiger hood. You can have that. You have new mail. What do you got, Wing? Nothing. First we save. Log out. Nothing new on the board. But we have a new email. You have new mail. Aura. Speak. Is that Kite? Speak Kite? Please come to Sigma Town. I must tell you something. Oh, I was just in Sigma Town. New messages on the board. Let's play tag returns, Gob. It's my turn, Gob. Knew you would get this far. I'll be waiting for you at Sigma Detestable Gambler Scent, Gob. Come alone, Gob. Should make a shirt with a goblin hand holding a little dagger that says, "Come alone, Gob." Fort Oof. Hey, Black Rose.
Hey, Balmuk sent me an email saying he wants to talk.
Really? Aura sent me an email.
Email? Oh, Balmunk is one of us now.
What? He sided with Leos. He's so arrogant, a coward,
And he's right behind me, isn't he?
Oh, Balmunk.
the strong, and is the descendant of Fiona, and
Black Rose.
What?
I'm sorry for everything.
What? You're throwing me off.
This feeling. Aura?
Hey, and what are you talking about?
I heard Aura's voice. She said she's waiting at Lambda, Merciless Grieving Furnace.
Oh, that sounds like a lovely place to go.
That girl is calling.
That girl?
Aura, like Black Rose. Pay attention.
Aura, the girl that gave me the bracelet. Let's go to Lambda, Merciless Grieving Furnace.
Belmont, pay attention. Look, nobody is listening to what's happening. Oh my god, these people. I'm gonna go over here and save it before you guys get me killed. Again! Baomeng. He's such a legendary character. How come I had to buy all of his gear? Got an hour and a half to the class. Yeah, I think I am gonna break here because if I think this next part of the story will probably take me more than 40 minutes to complete it. So I don't want to dive into a dungeon that's gonna drive straight into the collab time. If ya follow. So we saved it. I saved it. I've got 2 slots I save in. Yes, because I am the dum-dum. We save in slot 1 because that's where we save. And then we save in slot 2 because safety. So I always have an end of file save in slot 2 so that next time when I'm in slot 5, should I need to, I can go back. Yeah. So I'm gonna leave that right there. I've got this note to look up armor farms in .hack. I've got so many notes right here. Okay, and I've got this for Balancho. Do you guys, you and Lojo, want to see me do some reacts to the SGDQ stuff from last week? Or do you just want me to play more games and have funs and stuff? Games and funs and stuff. Okay. Let's see if anybody we know is live that we can throw a temp raid at. Boom, 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 boom. Alrighty. Well, if you decide to go through the list and come up with any ones you want me to specifically watch, tweet them at me and I will add them to the list. I will go back over the list tonight and pick out a couple of the ones myself. And we may just do like a watch along thing tomorrow. And just have some fun watching some of the old runs. Yeah, it depends on what I feel like doing tomorrow. Yeah. Anywho, I'm going to jump off of here right now and get ready for the collaboration stream with Vin and a couple of others. Let's see. I can raid out somebody. we're gonna rate out the Spike Vegeta. Spike Vegeta, coincidentally, at GDQ, we're gonna rate Spike Vegeta. He's doing a series where he plays through every game on the SNES, which is crazy because some of those games suck hard. But he's playing through all of them, so he's already done the NES, I think. So yeah, we're gonna drop over there, give Spike Vegeta some love. I like the dude. He is incredibly entertaining, and I will be back in about an hour and a half for Mecha Chameleon collaboration. Yeah. So I want to thank you guys for watching, and I will catch y'all in just a bit. Nari out.